The House be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 4th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable David Rouser to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend President Donald Trump for the executive actions he has taken to secure our southern border. Thanks to his leadership, illegal crossings have dropped to the lowest level we have seen in decades. Our communities have suffered for too long under Joe Biden's failed open border policies. Crime has surged, fentanyl has poured in, and American jobs have been undermined. Biden's refusal to enforce our immigration laws created a national security crisis. But now, with President Trump back in office, we are witnessing the power of real enforcement. His executive actions are restoring order, protecting American families, and putting our country first. Biden let chaos reign while Trump is bringing security back to our borders. We must never allow radical left policies to threaten our nation's safety again. America deserves a leader who enforces the law, defends our borders, and stands up for its citizens. And that leader is Donald Trump. Mr. Speaker, I should be standing here today celebrating the Senate's passage of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, a bill that simply ensures fairness and common sense in athletics. But instead, Senate Democrats made their priorities clear. 45 Senate Democrats voted against protecting women's sports. 45 Senate Democrats voted against keeping women's spaces safe. 45 Senate Democrats voted against protecting women. Despite the fact that 80% of Americans agree that men do not belong in women's sports, Senate Democrats still chose to ignore reality and put our daughters at risk. This isn't about politics. This is about fairness, safety, and protecting the integrity of women's sports. This is about a level playing field. If it wasn't obvious before now, it is. Republicans are the party that stands for women. We are the party that defends their right to compete on a level playing field. And while Democrats try to erase the very definition of womanhood, we will never back down. They can slow us down, but they will not stop us. We will keep fighting until every woman and girl in this country has the protections they deserve. America's daughters deserve better than what Senate Democrats did last night. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate Women's History Month by uplifting my dear friend, a powerful organizer, Erendira Ere Rendon. Ere has dedicated her life to fighting for the dignity and liberation of immigrant communities. Hailing from Oaxaca, Mexico, Ere immigrated to the United States in 1990 to be reunited with her father. Ere is one of 530,000 from the roughly 3.6 million Dreamers receiving DACA, a program that has been viciously attacked in this chamber. Inspired by her family's and her own experiences, Ere has fought to expand and affirm immigrant rights, ensuring access to driver's license, health care regardless of legal status, and funding for necessary legal services. For nearly 15 years, Ere has organized at the Resurrection Project, helping to found the Immigrant Justice Department, where she serves as vice president. It is one of the countless Poderosa Mujeres leaders organizing to protect and unite our communities, reminding us that immigrants make our communities stronger. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, Ere, it is my honor to commend you in this day, Erendira Rendon, for your lifelong commitment to ensuring that immigrant communities are seen, immigrants are valued, uplifted, and loved just as you are. Congratulations, Ere. And Mr. Speaker, At a time of unserious efforts to establish English as the official language of the United States, I rise today to celebrate my constituent Angelica Garcia Santos in a language proudly spoken in Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. En honor del Mes de la Mujer, felicito a la líder comunitaria activista Angelica Garcia Santos, mi constituyente de West Chicago. Angélica comenzó como voluntaria en la organización sin bien de lucro de defensa de los inmigrantes de Illinois 3, Casa Michoacán, donde ahora se desempeña como coordinadora. En Casa Michoacán, Angélica brinda recursos para conectar a sus vecinos inmigrantes con su comunidad e informarlos sobre sus derechos. Como activista, Angélica también ha ayudado a defender la expansión de ciudadanos médicos para inmigrantes inspirado por sus propias experiencias. Angélica es una de las innumerables líderes comunitarias de mi distrito que sienten la urgencia en este momento en que mis colegas republicanos no avancen con recortes devastadores a los programas federales de Medicaid. El activismo de Angélica nos recuerda cuánto contribuyen nuestros inmigrantes a nuestra comunidad, así que felicitaciones, Angélica, de parte de tu congresista. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate Women's History Month and to celebrate the rich contributions of Ukrainians in Illinois 3 by uplifting my constituent, Dr. Mariah Dmitriev-Kopeniak, for her work to honor our shared humanity. A family medicine doctor, Dr. Dmitriev-Kopeniak, exemplifies putting together our vocation into service for humanity. And as a proud member of the Illinois chapter of the Ukrainian Medical Association in North America and the president of the Illinois division of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, she has secured medical donations and supply coordinations to help save lives in Ukraine. This past Sunday, I had the honor to stand with her and Ukrainian Americans at a Chicago rally to send a clear message. We who stand for democracy will not be bullied by dictators, not in Ukraine, not in other parts of the world, and not in the United States. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, home to thousands of Ukrainians and Ukrainian Americans, it is my honor to commend Dr. Mariah Dmitriev-Kopeniak for her tremendous leadership and commitment to human dignity, to peace and democracy. Thank you, Mariah. Congratulations. And with that, Speaker, I yield back.
The chair asks the gentlewoman to provide a translation to the desk. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before President Trump got into office recently, America's security was really in doubt, especially on our border. So the actions taken by us in this House, as well as, very importantly, what President Trump has done to secure our border is incredible. The numbers are down dramatically from the amount of people coming across illegally daily to the mere small number that's still doing so now, until such point as we complete the border fence and the other measures taken to have the border completely secure. Pretty amazing turnaround. So tomorrow, the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will question the mayors of several of our large cities that seem to be just more concerned about the benefits of illegal immigrants than of American people. Mayors of Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York that have been harboring illegal immigrants as sanctuary areas and have jeopardized the public safety of their own constituents and drained taxpayer-funded resources. They'll be held accountable in this hearing. These so-called leaders have chosen to ignore federal immigration laws. They're breaking the law, and they brag about it, and they say they will continue to do so. They chose to shield illegal immigrants, including criminals, rather than protect the people they were actually elected to serve. They chose policies that have overwhelmed law enforcement, strained public services, and put American families at risk. They don't seem to care that these tax dollars come from the hardworking people that actually did have eligibility to vote for them. So we House Republicans refuse to let this continue and are continue to take action. President Trump declared a national emergency and deployed the military to the border to slow down that massive tide. Indeed, it has worked. He's ended catch and release, where basically you catch somebody at the border, process them as fast as you can, and turn them loose in the country, maybe to come back in for a hearing on asylum, supposedly within a couple of years. He reestablished the Remain in Mexico policy. So they're not to just come into the country. If Mexico's going to let them in from the south, then they can deal with it. So Remain in Mexico, not automatic passage into the U.S. He's restarted the border wall construction. Indeed, that makes it so much easier for our law enforcement personnel, our border personnel, to be able to narrow down the tide coming in and focus on what's going to happen there. He's shut down the CBP One app. He's terminated taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal immigrants. Now, we still have states, like my home state of California, that can't give it away fast enough. At one point, $9.5 billion for illegal immigrants in their health care program. At the same time that the state is asking for $40 billion to get bailed out after the horrific fire situation in Southern California. He's terminated taxpayer benefits overall for illegal immigrants via executive order. We need to back him up on that. Began transferring criminal aliens to Guantanamo Bay so they don't get away. Classified cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Indeed, they are. Suspended the U.S. refugee admissions program. He's clawed back DHS funds that were being used to house illegal immigrants. At the same time, we have people suffering from disaster. They're getting more and more benefits for illegal immigrants for housing. Here we'll be able to pass the Lake and Riley Act to keep violent criminals off of our streets, especially those that are here as illegal immigrants. Pass the Violence Against Women Act by illegal aliens to protect these innocent lives. Pass the Halt Fentanyl Act to stop deadly drugs from flowing across our border. Fentanyl is an existential crisis in this country for so many people. It is so deadly and yet so prevalent. It is sent through Mexico so much by China. Mexico is not being a good neighbor when they keep allowing this. We passed the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act to give law enforcement the tools they need as well. Results, illegal border crossings, as I mentioned, have dropped dramatically. Apprehensions have fallen by 92% because they don't have to apprehend this 93%. A major victory for border security. So we will not back down. I know President Trump will not back down. We need to move forward because we really are, when you uphold your right hand and swear your allegiance to this country and its Constitution, that's our job, to make our country strong, make our country safe, and serve our own citizens who are already struggling enough with inflation, with choking regulations in some cases, and so much that is going against the grain of what the founding of this country was about. So I'm proud of the work we've been trying to do here on the House floor. I hope we can get more of a bipartisan effort on that as we see the common sense of what we're trying to do, that the Senate can take this up and support the leadership President Trump has provided and the results we've seen so strongly so far. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within 12 hours' time, this very chamber is going to witness a joint address to Congress. And I would like to take my time, my privilege as a member, an elected, duly elected member of this chamber, to share some of the sentiments about the state of the union that is emerging very clearly and loudly from Michigan and on behalf of my constituents. First and foremost, tariffs that are coming down today on Canada are wreaking havoc on auto workers, our auto industry, and frankly, the stock market. Secondly, I am hearing very grave concerns about the state of Social Security, Social Security's ability to meet its fiduciary commitments to its millions and millions of recipients. Never once in the history of that program has a payment been missed, but the actions of DOGE are disrupting that very agency. There's also very palpable fear from my constituents, veterans who are 100% disabled, who are concerned and fearful that they may or may not be able to continue to receive their medical care. This is a serious and profound moment. This is a self-inflicted crisis. I did serve this nation during a time of real economic crisis, during the Great Recession in the administration of Barack Obama, when I was in the Treasury Department working to save General Motors and Chrysler and millions of American automotive jobs as the companies were staring liquidation in the face. I'd also like to take a moment to share some words. On February 8th, at the Sheet Metal Workers Union in Oakland County, Michigan, I was joined by an incredible medical expert from Michigan, my friend, Dr. Preetha Iyengar, who happens to be in this very chamber alongside her family here today. And she read these words, which I would like to share and read on her behalf, on the behalf of the American people in this chamber. Dr. Iyengar shared, "I am a pediatrician and an epidemiologist. After residency, I trained for 2 years at the CDC and then worked in Washington, D.C. at an NGO and at the D.C. Health Department." She claimed, "I'm here today to highlight the impact of recent policies and actions on scientific institutions and how that impacts us in Michigan." She said, "Our scientific institutions are being attacked from many angles," but she wanted to highlight 3 areas: the spreading of misinformation, the purging of experts, and the destruction of scientific institutions and the destruction of critical infrastructure. We are seeing that the current administration agenda is misinformation and confusion. Federal healthcare and public health institutions are facing unprecedented censorship and harassment. Bans for external communications have crippled international collaborations, with special exceptions given at random and many that have not been restored. Websites with CDC healthcare guidelines used by doctors and public health information used by all of us in the medical community, like vaccine safety information sheets, were forced to be removed without warning. Dr. Iyengar also mentioned that we now are less safe to protect ourselves during the flu season, particularly with bird flu. I may insert that the question, how much are egg prices today in the United States of America? People are stealing eggs outside of delivery trucks and engaging in fights in supermarkets across this country. This is the United States of America, and we need an egg price plan. Dr. Iyengar also went on to say that as a woman in STEM, she is horrified to see that the targeting of DEI programs, and let's say the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, equity, which is enshrined in our very Constitution, that all equal members of this chamber swore an oath to uphold. And yes, I will remind people of the rights and the tenets of Article 1 in our Constitution. So Dr. Iyengar says she's horrified by the cuts to diversity, equity, and inclusion as a woman in STEM. And frankly, as the leader of the Women in STEM caucus, I founded this caucus bipartisan with 4 members of this chamber, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and we're so eager. Yes, it is Women's History Month, and we would like to do some things for women in STEM to meet the workforce challenges and needs of this great nation. And of course, I cannot, at this present time, tragically get a Republican member of Congress to join in the Women in STEM caucus for this term. It looks like I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Self. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a truly remarkable individual, Phil Ginn, whose unwavering commitment to his community has been an inspiration to all of us who know him. His lifetime of service to his family, to his faith, and to his country has made him an institution in his community, and his influence will be felt for generations to come. Judge Ginn's pursuit of excellence began his education where he graduated magna cum laude from Appalachian State University and earned his law degree from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. His legal career spanned over 4 decades, including 22 years as the senior resident Superior Court judge for the 24th Judicial District in North Carolina. Throughout his tenure, he upheld the rule of law with wisdom, with fairness, and with integrity. Judge Ginn's influence extended far beyond the courtroom, where he not only delivered legal rulings, but also mentored those around him, always striving to instill truth and justice. After retiring from the bench in 2014, Judge Ginn transitioned to the business world as he purchased a struggling horizontal pump company in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Over the next 3 years, with the help of key employees and through exemplary leadership, he managed to turn the business into one of the largest privately owned horizontal pump companies in the United States. In early 2018, Judge Ginn completed the sale of the company and returned to his beloved mountains of western North Carolina. But it is not just in law and in business where Judge Ginn's legacy is found. His greatest passion has always been his faith, his devotion, which led him to serve as chairman of the Board of Trustees of Southern Evangelical Seminary. And in 1921, he assumed the role as its sixth president. Under his leadership, the seminary has continued its vital mission to evangelize our culture as a defender and as a disciple of the Christian faith. Founded in 1992 by Dr. Norman Gensler and Dr. Ross Rhodes, Southern Evangelical Seminary is widely recognized as one of the top 10 evangelical Christian seminaries in the country, offering accredited programs rooted in a classical philosophy of education. Recently, SES has further enhanced its national standing as one of the premier evangelical seminaries in America through the establishment and dedication of a new innovative training center in Rock Hill, South Carolina. The center includes a state-of-the-art, fully digital campus that serves as a thriving international body. Throughout his accomplishments, Judge Ginn has remained a devoted husband, a devoted father, and a devoted grandfather. He and his wife, Lynn, have been married for over 40 years and have raised 4 daughters, 3 son-in-laws, and 5 grandchildren, imparting to them the same values of faith, of service, and community that have helped shape his life and his legacy. Above all of his many accomplishments, it is Judge Ginn's unwavering faith in the Lord Jesus Christ that has truly defined his life. In his courtroom, his office, and his personal life, the Holy Bible has been his standard of truth, the source of all wisdom, and the promise upon which he stands. In dealing with his fellow man, he is a person who knows no superiors. He is a person who knows no inferiors. He lives by the values instilled in him at a young age by his parents, the Reverend and Miss Charles Ginn, to treat others without regard for position or power, respect elders, and love children, work hard, speak the truth, stand for the American flag and those who fight for our freedom, and to give generously but quietly. His life is a masterclass in respect, in honor, and kindness, and his legacy will be long remembered, not just for his accomplishments, but for his character. Judge Ginn's legacy of leadership, compassion, and commitment to justice continues to inspire all who encounter him. He is a man who lives by the Bible and is proof that to whom much is given, much is required. On behalf of the people of South Carolina's 5th Congressional District, I extend my deepest congratulations to Judge Ginn and his family on his well-deserved recognition. His life reminds us that true leadership begins with being a good and honorable person. Please join me in saying a heartfelt thank you to Judge Phil Ginn. I yield back.
The gentleman recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Republican leadership has called for a year-long continuing resolution ahead of next week's government funding deadline. That is a horrible idea. To be clear, the government funding bill should have been completed last year, but House Republicans made the political decision to punt them to this year because they wanted to wait for President Trump to move into the White House. Well, House Republicans got what they wanted, but still haven't been able to pass any new funding because their party refuses to accept the responsibility of governing. That's what's led us to this year-long CR. Both the President and the Speaker have called for a quote-unquote clean CR, but neither of them can articulate what that means. So not only is Republican leadership struggling to say what they want to see in it, but a year-long CR would negatively impact our economy. A year-long CR creates economic uncertainty and job insecurity because it prevents federal agencies from making new hires and starting new programs. It delays contracts and applications for grants, which reduce the level of services agencies provide while also increasing costs. And it reduces funding for nearly every federal program that America relies on, like VA medical care and food assistance programs. Donald Trump and Shadow President Musk have already thrown hundreds of thousands of public employees in limbo. A CR would only exacerbate that uncertainty and endanger their livelihoods. But that's not the only disastrous implication of a year-long CR. A year-long CR would undermine our military readiness and our national security. The Department of Defense would have to slow recruiting efforts and delay service member moves, throwing our military families into limbo. Not to mention it would potentially negate the 14.5% pay raise for junior enlisted, delay military housing projects, and undercut initiatives to improve service member quality of life and mental health. Also, because a year-long CR would not account for inflation, thousands of DoD programs would see cuts. That includes programs that delay the nuclear triad modernization, shipbuilding and ship maintenance, munitions production and replenishment, and U.S. priorities in the Indo-Pacific. Ultimately, a year-long CR would force too much uncertainty and stress onto our service members and their families, and it would impede our ability to react to national security threats. Even some of my Republican colleagues agree with me on this point. One Republican colleague has said a continuing resolution is bad for our military and weakens our national security. A CR means new weapons programs cannot get started. Shipbuilding will be delayed. A year-long CR means we are not serious about building a military that will deter the PRC, Russia, or Iran. The White House may be out of touch with reality when it comes to Ukraine and supporting our allies abroad, but their fealty to Vladimir Putin doesn't mean the United States can resign the role in standing for Ukraine and democracies around the world. Washington Republicans need to get it together. They control the White House and they control Congress. If we have a government shutdown, it falls on them and their inability to govern. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to pay tribute to a dear friend, a great vocalist, entertainer, outstanding civic and community leader, and for many years a solid member of the Cook County Board of Commissioners with a primary focus on health care. Jerry Butler. Jerry was born in Sunflower, Mississippi, and his parents, like thousands of other blacks, migrated to Chicago. As a matter of fact, we fondly sometimes call Chicago northern Mississippi. Jerry's family lived in the Cabrini Green area, which was a large public housing development. And that's where Jerry, Curtis Mayfield, and their friends sang spirituals as young teenagers and young adults. Doo-wops, hung out and had fun, ultimately forming a group called the Roosters, and then the Impressions. The Impressions were sensational, and Jerry performed with them for a bit and then went solo. After leaving the group in 1960, Jerry achieved over 55 Billboard pop, rhythm, and blues hits as a solo artist. Some of his top hits were He Will Break Your Heart, Let It Be Me, Only the Strong Survive. Jerry co-wrote the song For Your Precious Love, which is ranked number 321 on the Rolling Stone magazine's list of the 500 greatest songs of all time. Jerry was known as the Iceman and even played a small role in a movie. Jerry was elected to the Cook County Board in 1985 and served there until he retired in 2018. His last election was in 2014, in which he received 80% of the votes. Jerry served as host of PBS's TV music specials, such as Doo-Wop 50 and 51, Rock Rhythm and Doo-Wop and Soul Spectacular, and 40 years of rhythm and blues. He also served as chairman of the board of the Rhythm and Blues Foundation. In 1991, Jerry was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, along with the other original members of the Impressions, Curtis Mayfield, Sam Gooden, Fred Cash, and Arthur and Richard Brooks. When Jerry and I served on the Cook County Board together, I was walking down the hall one morning, humming Moon River, and I passed Jerry's door, and he hollered out and said, "I hear you." And I said, "Well, how am I doing?" He said, "Well, don't quit your day job." Well, Jerry, I didn't quit my day job. I'm still here. And I know that you're up there in heaven with all of the other soulful singers, and we're never going to give you up. And I know that you're up there leading them in glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. The only thing that I say, you lived a life well done, and I'll see you when I get there. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask any member of Congress and they'll tell you none of us could adequately serve their constituents without staffers. They are a necessary component of our office. And so I'd like to take a moment today to thank my Chief of Staff, Carrie Osmond, who will be leaving our office at the conclusion of today's work. Carrie has been working with me since I was first elected to represent the 12th Congressional District a decade ago, but I have known her since my time in the State Assembly. In fact, we spent so much time together during my first campaign, driving around the 12th Congressional District, listening to gospel music, I nearly turned her into a Black Baptist. We preferred Hezekiah Walker's Every Praise. Her dedication and her commitment to the people in the 4 counties that I represent has never wavered in all of the time that I've known her. Carrie is not just a friend. Bill, my husband, and I consider her family. She has been a tremendous professional, a committed organizer, and a courageous leader who has always run toward the fight. In her time as Chief of Staff, she also helped me to assemble a talented team committed to representing the values of the 12th Congressional District and fighting for everyday New Jerseyans. A Congress member is only as good as their staff, and she's led one of the best on the Hill for the last 4 years, and the best in New Jersey in our office, our district office. I will miss her greatly. I will miss her dearly. I'm certain, though, that she will carry her talent and her commitment to service to her new role at the College of New Jersey. Carrie, I wish you Godspeed, best wishes, and know that you go with my love. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak and address the chamber about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for children. I speak, of course, of Social Security. Social Security is currently under attack by the Trump administration. With just this weekend, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Trump calling Social Security a scam, and Mr. Musk calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, as you know, in your district, you have 209,000 Social Security recipients. 150,000 27,000 are retirees, 25,000 plus are disabled workers, 10,000 are widows, 3,678 are spouses, and over 12,000 children. I don't believe that you think that Social Security and the checks that they receive is a scam, or that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. In fact, in your district, $377 million comes into your district monthly that goes to those individuals. And where do they spend that money? Right back in your district, at the grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the dry cleaners, heating and cooling their homes, paying their rent, their mortgage, putting gasoline in a car. The brilliance of Franklin Delano Roosevelt still lives on. This is capitalism's answer to have a safety net for people who, through no fault of their own, or because they work and ultimately end up retiring, have benefits that they can live on. It's especially more important as people are living longer, that they have these benefits that are currently under siege by an administration who has asked Elon Musk to find $2 trillion in cuts. And where is he looking? He's looking right at your district, Mr. Speaker, in my district, and the 435 congressional districts, on average, who receive $200 million monthly from Social Security. On average, where there are more than 145,000 people per district receive these benefits that go directly back to the local economy. We're looking for 3 Republicans to stand with a unified Democratic Party and Congress to push forward a bill that was last extended in 1971. Richard Nixon was President of the United States the last time Social Security benefits were extended for your constituents in North Carolina, as well as my constituents in Connecticut. It's long overdue. We have a COLA that doesn't work. We have people that continue to work after they receive Social Security that are taxed on their benefits. We've had teachers and firefighters and police officers as well who have been denied benefits. And now, while they're eligible for them, they're not funded. And so that money comes out of the trust fund. And President Trump has now proposed a tax cut for Social Security that's unpaid for, that is over a $900 billion hit to Social Security and all the constituents who receive it. Mr. Speaker, I know you to be a man of goodwill and understand your district and what your people need as well. It's long overdue for the citizens of North Carolina and Connecticut to have their Social Security benefits enhanced, not cut.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Great and awesome God, your glory is too wonderful to be seen. Even your servant Moses, whom you regarded worthy enough to bring forth your law to your people wandering in the desert, you covered his face, that he would not perish in your sight. In our journey through, at times, the wilderness of faith, it seems that you have hidden your face from us too. Is it because the brilliance of the righteousness you demand of us is too great for us to bear witness to? Or is it that you are not hidden, but it is we who have turned away from you? The events of these days, the inhumanity of war raging throughout the world, the conflict and controversy in our own country, not to mention the personal unrest in our own lives, all of these have grabbed our attention. Perhaps it is these things that have kept us from seeing your face, from experiencing your abiding presence. Perhaps we are looking in the wrong places, searching our social media or our social circles for our answers. In this season, call us to search our hearts, and in your mercy may we find you there. Reveal in our spirits by the power of your own Holy Spirit what you have always wanted us to see, your great and wonderful love for us, and your desire to live righteously. We lean on your everlasting arms and call on your name as we pray this day. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1 minute out of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, for too long, unhinged bureaucrats have stood in the way of American energy. Overregulation, job-killing policies, and reliance on foreign nations have driven up costs, hurt American families and businesses and farms. That changes now as we take measures to unleash America's full energy potential. President Trump has already taken decisive action by declaring a national energy emergency to cut through the bureaucracy and red tape and nonsense that takes us to finally get back on track. He's rolled back the Biden administration's crippling regulations, ending the so-called Green New Deal policies, and withdrawn from agreements that put other countries first, such as the Paris Accord, by holding us back, exporting our jobs to the Pacific Rim and others. We're opening back up the 625 million acres for offshore drilling that were put in recklessly via a last-minute monument. 625 million acres. That's 1,000 by 1,000 miles square. Just saying, no more. President's opening back that up. Biden's ban on liquefied natural gas exports helps get energy flowing again to Europe and helping our allies not be dependent on Russian gas. We're backing it up in Congress by passing this legislation to protect domestic energy production and ensure we never face these kinds of restrictions again, including 3 pieces of legislation this week alone that will be done. The results are clear. Crude oil prices will have dropped to 5% and will continue to do so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Honorable Brandon Johnson, Vice Chairman of the Greene County Board of Education, as my special guest for the President's address to the joint session of Congress. Brandon is a Greene County native and has served on the school board since 2020. He was the youngest elected official in our county's history when he was first elected. Brandon is also a special agent in law enforcement for our state, teaches part-time in the BLE program at Pitt Community College, and serves at his home church, Ormondsville Original Free Will Baptist Church. He's passionate about education and public safety, topics essential for Eastern North Carolina and our nation. His father serves on the County Board of Commissioners, and his greatest inspiration in life comes from his mother, who passed when he was 17. When you see Brandon, you'll also see someone driven by his faith and dedicated to shaping the future of Greene County, Eastern North Carolina, and America. I welcome Brandon to our nation's capital. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize March as National Red Cross Month. Since its founding in 1881, the Red Cross has played a vital role in supporting our communities by providing disaster relief, emergency assistance, and critical health services. One of the Red Cross's most essential initiatives is its nationwide blood donation program. Today, this program remains a cornerstone of public health, supplying more than 40% of the nation's blood products. Yet the need for donation remains urgent. Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States requires a blood transfusion. However, less than 38% of the population is eligible to donate, and only 3% of those eligible give blood annually. The critical need for blood and the life-saving potential that comes with a donation cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all healthy Americans to consider giving blood or plasma. A single act of generosity can make all the difference for someone in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize Gleaning for the World, a Christian-based nonprofit in my district, Virginia 5, that helps people recover from disasters. They have distributed over 100 million pounds of humanitarian aid around the globe. When devastating floods hit southwest Virginia due to Hurricane Helene, and when southwest Virginia was hit by harmful snowstorms, Gleaning for the World answered the call. During my first district work period this year, I visited Gleaning for the World headquarters in Appomattox County. I was moved by their compassion for their fellow man and their willingness to give to others. I am thankful for their cheerful givers of Gleaning for the World, and I'm honored to have them as my constituents. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, President Donald Trump will deliver his first address before a joint session of Congress since his historic mandate reelection. Reversing damage caused by the policies of Biden-Harris to make America secure and competitive, President Trump is already delivering major wins for American families, reducing illegal border crossings by 98%. President Trump is restoring peace through strength, rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars, and securing tremendous savings for taxpayers. Led by Speaker Mike Johnson, House Republicans are standing by President Trump to get America back on track, including the passage of a single bill on the Trump agenda by providing a secure border, unleashing American energy, preventing the largest tax hike in history, creating jobs, and bringing common sense back with limited government, returning power to the people. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. President Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 177 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
For the purposes of the debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the
gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will suspend. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 5, House Resolution 177. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 42, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program for Appliance Standards, certification requirements, labeling requirements, and enforcement provisions for certain consumer products and commercial equipment. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 61, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants, rubber tire manufacturing. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 11, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 177 provides for consideration of 2 measures, H.J. Res. 42, H.J. Res. 61. The rule provides for both bills to be considered under closed rules with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of S.J. Res. 11 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The rule before us provides an opportunity for Congress to reverse the last-minute attempts at regulatory overreach by the former Biden and Harris administration. The rule includes consideration of H.J. Res. 42 to provide for congressional disapproval of an 11th hour Biden Department of Energy rule relating to, quote, energy conservation program for appliance standards, certification requirements, labeling requirements, and enforcement provisions for certain consumer products and commercial equipment. This rule was rushed out by the Biden administration as they worked overtime in their final days to get a fresh round of burdensome product mandates out the door. The rule in question is just one example of the former administration's war on products that the American people used to take for granted, affordable, reliable home appliances. In an effort to appease a woke mob, the Biden DOE foisted burdensome regulations atop a certification and efficiency standard process that was already drastically broken. The rule in question requires additional certification, additional labeling, and for manufacturers to meet additional reporting requirements. By the Department of Energy's own estimates, this one rule will increase annual costs for manufacturers by $213,000 and result in thousands of hours spent on additional paperwork to meet the new requirements. Now, make no mistake, with every new standard, rule, prohibition, and restrictions on manufacturers, the American people are left with fewer options that are more expensive and too often perform worse than previous models. In the last 4 years alone, the Biden administration issued 31 regulations aimed at residential and commercial appliances and equipment, with a total cost to industry and ultimately to the consumer of at least $60 billion. Mr. Speaker, the American people, they are fed up with the micromanaging regulatory agenda of the previous administration. Their voices were heard very loudly on Election Day, and President Trump has already delivered on his promise to bring the regulatory relief to Americans, pausing implementation of 7 of the Biden administration's restrictive mandates on home appliances in an effort to undo the previous administration's burdensome policies that have driven up costs, reduced choice, and diminished the quality of Americans' home appliances. Real financial pain is felt by Americans when rules like this one take effect, and it falls to Congress to ensure that the Department of Energy can course correct away from these anti-consumer and anti-choice requirements. And in that spirit, the rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 61, providing for congressional disapproval of the rule submitted by the Biden EPA relating to the national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants for rubber tire manufacturing. Section 112 of the Clean Air Act mandates emission controls for sources of 187 hazardous pollutants, and the EPA is expected to establish technology-based emission standards for sources of these pollutants, as well as specify categories of sources subject to emission standards. However, surprising to no one, the Biden administration's EPA, at the behest of a radical environmental group, has disregarded a technology-based, fact-based approach and completely weaponized this process against the industry. In a flurry of regulatory activity in their final hours in power, the Biden EPA finalized a rule to impose unnecessary new regulations on our tire manufacturing industry, all with zero environmental benefit. This is the legacy of not just the Biden administration, but also the Obama administration nearly a decade earlier. A weaponized EPA working at the behest of radical environmental groups to roll out regulation after regulation that drives up costs, kills jobs, and shutters domestic manufacturers, all in the zealous pursuit of the left's Green New Deal agenda. If the EPA's final rule is allowed to survive, we will see tire manufacturers sink millions of dollars into new compliance costs, spend thousands of additional hours in meeting requirements of this rule, and struggle to keep manufacturing here in the United States. This rule shows us an agency that has moved hastily to comply with frivolous lawsuits, using questionable data in the process. And for decades, the left has used a sue and settle strategy to force the EPA to push for a more aggressive, more onerous, and less affordable set of standards on American job creators, American workers, and American families. As a representative of Western New York and the Southern Tier, many of my constituents were recently laid off after a tire manufacturing facility announced its closure in decision to move overseas, where CO2 emissions will almost certainly be higher and the requirements around environmental stewardship are far less stringent. This is the reality that awaits America's domestic manufacturing base if we allow our regulatory agencies to cater to the radical left and asinine Green New Deal fantasies, as they are doing with this rule. H.J. Res. 61 will ensure Congress, through the Congressional Review Act, can put a stop to these unnecessarily new costs that threaten the viability of American manufacturing. And finally, the rule before us provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 11, which provides for congressional disapproval of a rule submitted by the former Biden administration relating to, quote, protection of marine archaeological resources. Mr. Speaker, despite the innocuous name, the rule itself could not be more ridiculous. Federal agencies have spent hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars surveying the seabed of the Gulf of America and have identified to date approximately 4,000 shipwrecks and other sites. Yet this expensive and time-consuming work is apparently not enough. Under this rule, oil and gas operators seeking to drill offshore in the resource-rich Gulf of America are now required to do their own additional surveying to, quote, better protect shipwrecks and other cultural resources on the seabed. It is lost on no one that this is highly redundant, unnecessary regulation is nothing more than a last-ditch discriminatory action by the Biden administration aimed right at our nation's oil and gas industry. The mandate will force companies to spend untold resources scouring the seabed for potential shipwrecks, even without any previous indication that such sites may exist. To be clear, there is already a regulatory framework to mandate a report on potential sites on the seabed when the regional director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has, quote, reason to believe that an archaeological site may exist. So let's stop pretending that this rule is anything more than a continued effort to bury companies in reporting, run up costs, eat away their time, and move the goalposts for American energy producers. Time and again, we've seen these tactics used by Democratic administrations in Democratic-run states when it comes time for our oil and gas producers to get to business. In my own state of New York, the few oil and gas producers hanging on in a state that has made it very clear that they are unwelcome face a deluge of unnecessary and redundant compliance costs like these, meant to do one thing: put them out of business, shutter an industry, kill jobs, and leave our nation more reliant than ever on foreign energy sources. That is what will come from the left's overzealous war on oil and gas production. We simply cannot allow these asinine rules and regulations to go forward at the federal level. SJ Res will ensure that Congress, in lockstep with President Trump and his administration, can break down the barriers set up by the Biden years and bring down costs of everyday Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for the customary 30 minutes, and I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to try to clarify for the American people, those who may be tuning in, certainly the individuals who've joined us in the gallery today, what this debate is all about. Just by way of context, let's consider what's happening in the world today. I don't know if my colleague from New York has checked his phone, but the stock market is plummeting. Plummeting. 401ks of residents in New York, residents in Colorado, wiped out. Massive tariffs that the President of the United States applied to our neighbors at midnight that we know will increase the prices of everything. Groceries, fuel, energy, you name it. Mass layoffs of federal workers, mass purges of veterans at different federal agencies, mass terminations of Forest Service employees in my district working on wildfire mitigation, scientists at NOAA, individuals doing cancer research. All of that is happening as we speak. And here we are in this august body debating what? Labeling requirements for appliances. That's what the Republicans have decided to spend today debating. Labeling requirements for pool heaters. I don't know. Maybe that's, I don't know if the gentleman from New York has a pool. I don't have a pool. I don't understand why we are wasting time in the House of Representatives debating regulatory requirements for pool heaters, labeling requirements for coolers and air conditioners. Seriously? Stock market is crashing? And this is how House Republicans choose to spend their time? Government funding is about to dry out 10 days from now? And we want to spend our time talking about pool heaters? Give me a break, Mr. Speaker. Let's get serious. This isn't what the people of the United States elected us to do. I would implore my Republican colleagues, come to the table, work with us in good faith, stand up to the Trump administration that is dismantling federal agencies in your own districts. Social Security offices being shut down. Constituents who can't get services from the federal government because this president has decided to dismantle these agencies piece by piece. It's time to get our priorities right, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you that the priorities that the House Republicans are pursuing today and have been pursuing for the better part of the last 2.5 months are grossly out of step with the values of the American people. It's why I would hope every member of this body would oppose the rule. And I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, I'd like to remind my Democratic colleague that the rule we're debating today provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 42 regarding a Department of Energy appliance rule, H.J. Res. 61 regarding an EPA national emission standard rule on the rubber tire manufacturing, and S.J. Res. 11 regarding the EPA's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management rules requiring burdensome archaeological reports on energy producers. There'll be ample opportunities to debate, amend, and provide suggestions when the appropriate authorizing committees move forward when we begin our work on spending reforms in a budget reconciliation package. We should focus on the legislation before us this week, and I encourage my colleagues to engage in regular order as we're authorizing committees begin to work on our reconciliation and not prejudge their outcomes and make baseless assumptions. You know, my colleagues across the aisle have mentioned how they find these measures not worthy of our time. And this certainly isn't the first time they've mocked House Republicans' efforts to curb regulations on appliances, from heating systems to dishwashers, refrigerators, and freezers. But if this were such an unserious endeavor as my colleagues across the aisle claim, then why did the administration they supported for 4 years issue at least 31 regulations covering a vast array of different appliances and other products out of the DOE and the EPA? Is $60 billion foisted onto our nation's manufacturers and consumers in new regulatory and compliance costs not serious enough for Congress to thoroughly scrutinize? Democrats seem to be confused about what it is that the American people voted for in November, and one of those items was lowering day-to-day costs that are hurting workers and hurting families. Reversing these regulations is something that House Republicans are deeply committed to doing, and we are working with the administration to actually get this done. I'd also recommend that my colleagues across the aisle speak with the fellow Democrats in their conference about how harmful these regulations are and why CRAs to reverse Biden's anti-energy and economically harmful regulations are so important. Last Congress, Democrats voted with Republicans to pass at least 5 measures to halt Biden administration green energy regulations, including the following: a CRA to halt the Biden definition of the waters of the United States. 9 Democrats voted yes. A CRA to halt draconian emission standards on heavy-duty vehicles. 4 Democrats voted yes. A CRA to halt draconian emission standards on light and medium-duty vehicles. 8 Democrats voted yes. In this Congress, a whopping 11 Democrats voted just last week in support of a CRA on the Biden administration's rule on energy conservation program to conservation standards for consumer gas-fired instantaneous water heaters. One of those appliance-related regulations that my colleagues here today claim is not worth our time in the House, but their colleagues voted yes. And finally, 6 Democrats voted yes on last week's CRA to halt the Biden-era implementation of a natural gas tax that would harm our nation's energy producers and consumers. The Democratic Party is busy pulling their hair out over President Trump, Elon Musk, Doge, whatever else is their their outrage of the day. But they've lost sight of the kitchen table issues affecting everyday Americans. They ignore the rising costs, hurting workers and families in order to cater to their own extreme left-wing base. It is so bad that even members of their own caucus are breaking ranks to vote for common sense reforms, such as the rolling back these radical anti-energy agenda items that the Biden administration foisted upon us in the 11th hour of their administration. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, I think the Speaker, it feels like I'm living in the twilight zone. Again, I understand the gentleman from New York very much wants to spend a half hour debating labeling requirements for pool heaters. I get it. We all get it. It's important to you. It's not important to me, not important to the people that I represent. In the 5 minutes that you just spent describing the reasons for this bill in your view, the stock market has continued to go down. More corporations have announced that they'll be increasing prices later this week because of President Trump's tariffs. I don't understand how you believe that that is lowering costs. Again, I would implore my colleagues, let's get serious. There are plenty of substantive challenges facing this country that merit and warrant the attention of lawmakers here in Washington. And for the record, House Democrats are not scared to debate any single one of them. Apparently, reports this morning indicate that in the Republican caucus meeting, a member of Republican leadership stood up in the meeting and supposedly told his caucus a simple instruction: not a single one of you should attend or participate in a town hall. Why? Because they are scared of their own constituents, Mr. Speaker. They understand that if they hold a town hall with their community, they will hear outrage from everyday American citizens who are pissed off, who are angry that the prices for everything are going up because of this reckless Trump administration's policies. Again, you want to spend a half hour, an hour, 8 hours debating labeling requirements for pool heaters? Be my guest. But don't expect House Democrats to participate in it. I want to yield now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Speaker, because if we defeat the previous question, I'll be offering an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 1637, the Protect Veteran Jobs Act. Mr. Speaker, we have a distinguished member from the great state of California, Mr. Derek Tran, a veteran who served our country honorably, who can speak to the reasons why this amendment is so important. And I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman to do so.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Colorado for yielding. I rise to urge my colleagues across the aisle to show some humanity and compassion to the thousands of veterans who have been recklessly dismissed from their civil service jobs at the political whim of this administration. The men and women who serve our country deserve our unwavering support, not broken promises. The indiscriminate firing of veterans by the Trump administration and Elon Musk dishonors the unwavering commitment that these public servants have dedicated to our country. These heroes stepped up for us, and now we must stand up for them. This issue is deeply personal to me. I am the son of Vietnamese refugees who fled war and persecution in search of safety and a better life in America. This country welcomed them and gave me the chance to succeed. I joined the Army out of a sense of duty to my country because I wanted to give back to the country that gave me so much. I wanted to protect the very principles of freedom, justice, and decency that we hold dear. But I don't see these values in the actions by the Trump administration. I see only chaos, fear, and cruelty. I have a duty as a congressman, as a veteran, and as a proud American to stand up for those who made the highest commitment to us. That is why last week I introduced my first bill, the Protect Veteran Jobs Act, to reinstate veterans who were recklessly terminated without cause under the Trump administration's purge of the federal workplace. My bill will also hold the executive branch accountable for any future terminations that may occur. This isn't about politics. This is about basic decency. This is about treating our veterans with the dignity they deserve. Veterans make up 30%, over 30% of the federal workforce. And when they are unjustly removed, it impacts all of us, from delays in healthcare services and disability claims to staffing shortages at the VA. The consequences for the American families and service members are dire. Veterans have always had our backs. It's time we step up to have theirs. I urge my Republican colleagues to join us in opposing the previous question so that we can take up this important measure to restore the livelihoods of veterans who have served our country honorably and who have continued to do so through civilian service. Let's reverse course immediately and get these veterans' jobs back. Thank you, and I yield back.
And yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we listen to calls from our Democratic colleagues for compassion and concern. I must ask the question, where was the compassion and concern while they watched prices skyrocket over our constituents over the 4 years of the Biden administration? Where was the compassion and concern where the Biden regulatory environment smothered the U.S. economy with regulation after regulation, trillions of dollars in off-budget spending, and it soared inflation over the American people? Where was that compassion then? Where was the outrage when House Republicans were calling for relief for the American people for the last Congress? They said that we were following the wishes of only President Trump. They follow the Green New Deal playbook to a T, and that's what we're here to debate today, are these important rollbacks of the Green New Deal agenda. I mean, we sat idly by and watched our country get invaded by at least 10 million people that came across this country with the direct will of the president to do it. President Trump has proven in just less than 2 short months the ability for a president to roll this all back with executive order. Yet the cost to New York alone was $7 billion in costs on New York taxpayers. Where was the outrage then? For 8 years, this hysteria has cost them. While they persisted in their witch hunt of President Trump in 2022, Americans contended with 40-year high inflation after Democrats and President Biden dumped trillions of dollars into a recovering post-COVID economy, which even one of their chief economists told us that would create massive inflation. They ignored that guidance. Did they seek to address everyday Americans' concerns about the direction of our economy? They did not. They doubled down on lawfare against President Trump, and it lost them the House in 2022. And in 2024, when the world was on fire, with our borders, they were flung open to the invasion of millions of illegal aliens into this country. They prompted a crisis in countless communities, including my own, with Americans' #1 concerns coming back time and again, poll after poll, as the economy in our border. Democrats did no work to address those concerns. Did Vice President Kamala Harris? No, she did not. She didn't make that sale to the American people when she was campaigning across this country. Instead, all we heard was about Kamala Brat Summer and the last-ditch jittery attempt at once again trying to convince Americans that Trump was somehow a threat to democracy. And Democrats lost historically on November 5th, 2024. They lost the electoral vote, they lost the popular vote, and they lost every swing seat on the table. Did Democrats learn from this smarting defeat since President Trump took office? They clearly have not. Instead, they focused their time again defending USAID slush funds, flat-out government waste, and pretty much every problem trying to lay it at President Trump's feet, including what he's doing every single day, as well as DOGE, and how they're trying to fix the crisis in the mess that was left behind by the Biden years. Mr. Speaker, the American people have time and again responded to Democratic hair-pulling with, at best, disinterest. Yet here we are today on the House floor with more of the same. The rule before us considers legislation focused on ridding American consumers in an industry of harming regulations that are truly impacting their wallets and their financial well-being in our nation's economic future. I urge my colleagues to quit the hysterics and for once listen to the voices of the American people after years of refusing to do so. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I've got great respect for the gentleman from New York, and we have a lot of folks who come to Washington, D.C. to observe these proceedings, and I suspect it might seem a little rote to them. Would love to have an actual debate. Maybe there's some folks here from New York, some folks from Colorado who'd like to see us engage in some substantive debate. And so I might ask the gentleman from New York, because he ended his last remarks by appealing to the voices of the American people, and that he and his caucus, in his view, are standing up for the voices of the American people. I wonder if the gentleman might answer a question. Mr. Langworthy, have you held a town hall this year? It's not a rhetorical question. I'm just asking. You might. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if I might ask the gentleman from New York, I believe colloquies are permitted in this chamber for the staff on the other end. At least that's so I am asking, rather through the Speaker, to the gentleman from New York, if he has held an in-person town hall with the people of New York that he represents this year. I'm just curious. He doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to answer. I don't say yes or no question. It's not a complicated question. Okay, I'll take it as a no. Clearly he's not held a town hall in 2025. I think he would be jumping up to clarify the record that he, in fact, had met with his constituents, Mr. Speaker, if that were the case. He clearly has not held a town hall. I understand why. I get it. Because at this juncture, if House Republicans held town halls as their constituents expressed their outrage and indignation at the mass layoffs of federal workers, of civil servants, and at the tariffs that are increasing prices, and at the stock market crashing, if their only response is we took up a really important bill this week on labeling requirements for pool heaters, I could understand why one would have some trepidation about hosting a town hall in those circumstances. Again, let us be serious about the work that we are called to do in this body. We're here to lower costs for working families, to build safer communities, to ultimately ensure that the American people, the American taxpayers, the Constitution is vindicated. It is unfortunate that my colleagues don't feel the same way. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen a lot of masterful theatrics out of the Democratic Party recently, and we're seeing nothing different from that today. It's amazing that people that are so concerned about burdensome regulations and costs on people offer no solutions. We are here doing the work of that today. We are taking price concerns off of the back of industries. We're preserving jobs, and we are creating a brighter future for our communities by getting rid of this 11th hour rulemaking that was put forward by the Biden administration. They had all the power to make this country move in the right direction when Democrats controlled all of Congress and the White House following the 2020 elections. They had the ability to make those changes, but they took the country in the wrong direction. And that's why the country at the ballot box made the changes that they made. They took the House out of Democratic hands and made Republicans lead the House of Representatives. And then they did the same with the Senate and the White House in 2024. That is the report card that the Democratic Party earned, because they prioritized the things that the American people did not want prioritized. They haven't read the room. They answer to their woke and angry mobs that they are, foisting on members of Congress and people all over the country right now. It's a very coordinated effort. They deny it, but make no mistake, every U.S. senator today released a video that has the exact same script. It is very clearly a theatrical performance that the American people are seeing out of Democrats in the U.S. Senate. You know, we're here with solutions to problems created by the last administration. We're putting it forward to get the job done. We have a timeline that we have to focus on, and that's why these CRAs are so important for us to tackle right now. We have limited legislative days in order to roll back these unnecessary, burdensome regulations that no one asked for and no one wanted. And we're getting the job done that we were sent here to do. And but let's look again at the numbers. The Biden administration has issued at least 31 regulations for residential and commercial appliances and equipment, totaling $60 billion. If my friends on the other side of the aisle don't think that added regulatory costs filter in the price of new appliances, then we have several bridges available for them to purchase. Let's look further at some of the regulations that will reap American consumers in terms of financial savings. In one example, under the Biden DOE's dishwasher efficiency standards, Americans are expected to save a whopping $1.12 under that regulation. Was that necessary to put out there? Of course it wasn't. These are savings that the left expected the American people to be excited about as they racked up more regulations and more restrictions that cost us jobs from the results of the Biden years. And under the latest DOE rule that HJ Res 42 would fortunately curb, home appliance manufacturers have already outlined how the rule requires their industry to provide a myriad of unnecessary information and data that is meaningless when demonstrated efficiency, but simply is required to meet compliance with the rules. It's regulations for the sake of regulations, and the American people are left to pay higher prices and fewer choices. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues simply refuse to acknowledge the natural dynamics of the marketplace. When left to their own devices, the American people will seek out the most efficient model of an appliance that they can afford. And I agree with my colleagues when they say that the American people want cost savings, both at sale and efficiency over the lifestyle of an appliance. But what they don't want is government intervention that limits their ability to make those choices themselves. They want to have more affordable options available to fit tighter budgets, not fewer, more expensive choices, because unelected bureaucrats at Biden's DOE needed to micromanage what refrigerators, dishwashers, heaters, air conditioners, you name it, are permissible under unrealistic efficiency standards. HJ Res 42 will help curb these costly, limiting, and anti-natural gas standards from the final days of the gasping Biden administration that were finalized at the behest of his radical climate lobby. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserved. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. We've heard a lot about so-called theatrical performances. I didn't realize that asking the simple question of whether or not the gentleman had held a town hall this year counts as theater. I understand it's a forbidden question in the House Republican Conference now as to whether or not one has held a town hall for obvious reasons. So, but my constituents certainly don't find that to be an offensive question. We've held 5 town halls in the last 2 months. We look forward to holding more because we're going to be responsive to the American people. I wish my colleagues would do the same. But look, what I won't do, and I think what the American people won't do, is be lectured by Republicans about rising costs when literally as we speak, Trump's tariffs are taking hold and beginning the process of increasing prices, which already started 30 days ago, and putting it into overdrive. These are just a couple of headlines from the last 8 hours. New England, New York grid operators prepare to collect millions in tariffs on Canadian electricity. New York Post, car prices could potentially surge by $12,000 because of these tariffs. House Republicans have the audacity to lecture us about increased costs when they are increasing the costs of everything. And by the way, this is not some foreign debate. I represent Colorado, proud to represent the great state of Colorado. I've never been to the gentleman's district in upstate New York. but my understanding is it's pretty close to the Canadian border. Billions of dollars of economic development in New York, of commerce that's transacted between Canada and the United States. What, a mere few miles from the gentleman's district? And he describes this as theater? I'm not so sure that the folks in his district, that the people of New York will feel that way as these tariffs begin to kick in. I'm sure that the farmers and the ranchers in Colorado that I represent, I can assure you they won't call it theater. Mr. Speaker, I understand that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to spend every second of every minute of every day talking about the prior president. It's been a half hour now of my colleague on the other side of the aisle. Every sentence starts and ends with Joe Biden by my colleague. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. My colleague reminds us, yes, Republicans have a majority in the House and in the Senate. And all I'm suggesting is that maybe they should use that majority to do better things than waste everyone's time on labeling requirements for pool heaters. That's it. That maybe we ought to be a little bit more concerned with the 401ks of our constituents, of working families in Buffalo and in Fort Collins, Colorado. I don't think that's too much to ask. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
The epiphany, Mr. Speaker, that those on the other side of the aisle now have, and they're so concerned about costs and economic concerns, when they fought us tooth and nail on every single action that we tried to take to curb the Biden administration's uncontrollable regulatory environment, is just laughable. I mean, we watched, we warned, and we fought in the 118th Congress to stop an administration that created a regulatory environment that has added about $1.5 trillion in needless regulations that has stifled the growth of industries and jobs in this country. And now you're seeing them all of a sudden change their tune. And as our new administration is less than a month and a half old, things are moving in the right direction. People are having a new view of what the future is. We are fighting hard to preserve a predictable, tax code in this country, extending the current tax code so that we can have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, so that businesses can thrive and grow and not fear the hammer of government that they did under the Biden years. I mean, there was an explosion after Election Day of people ready, willing, and able to invest in America. We have seen unprecedented investment come in from overseas, bringing new jobs, new opportunities, and new future creation here to the United States since Election Day. And that will continue because that is what President Trump campaigned on. That is what House Republicans fight for and what we will achieve together. I mean, this epiphany that we've had on the other side of the aisle, that they are now all of a sudden concerned with the costs of everyday Americans. They were nowhere to be found for 2 years in the 118th Congress as we fought every day about the cost of gas and groceries and how it was pinching away because of Biden's inflation and what it had done to the purchasing power of everyday Americans' accounts. People in probably both of our districts said the same exact thing, that they were watching the American dream slip away from our kids and our grandkids because we couldn't necessarily be certain that the future would be brighter under the current trajectory of this country. And we've saddled the country with $36.5 trillion in debt, a debt service that is higher than what we spend on our national defense. It's an unacceptable legacy that we're leaving to our future generations. And we are working every day towards our budget reconciliation to get that under control so that we can be the era that bent the curve on spending and got this country back on track. Yet we have people on the other side of the aisle that want to keep spending levels at the COVID era. COVID, fell upon us 5 years ago this week. Yet they want to still spend like we're in the midst of an emergency. And it is time that we have a common sense revolution in this country. Common sense like what we're doing here today, rolling back needless regulations that hurt jobs, that hurt workers, and hurt consumers. That's what we were asked to do by our constituents. This takes choice. These CRAs this week are important because they reinstitute choice in the marketplace. They take the bureaucrats that DOJ is fighting every single day out of the equation and put the American consumer back in the driver's seat so that we can have choice in our consumer goods, not creating a standard just to justify someone's job in a cubicle somewhere. That's what this government's been about for far too long, but those days are over. We're now putting common sense in the driver's seat in this country. We're working towards a brighter future for our kids and our grandkids, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Look, as expected, a rebuttal replete with references to the 118th Congress and what Democrats did in the last Congress and assigning blame and all the rest. I would just remind my colleague, you are in charge. You have the majority. You have the ability to shape events. You have a Republican president and a Republican majority in the U.S. Senate. I can certainly assure you that my constituents who are seeing their 401k balances vanish in real time would not describe your policies as common sense. Stock market tanking, prices of fuel going up, prices of food going up, prices of cars, vehicles going up, car insurance, home insurance, you name it. Under Trump's economy, everything goes up. And by the way, he's unabashed about it. I mean, I watched some of his press conference yesterday. He's not hiding it. He's acknowledged it. He has said outright, I know these tariffs will increase prices in the short term, according to him. And he expects the Republican caucus to defend him, tooth and nail, as these prices go up. The gentleman talks about economic growth. The Federal Reserve, the Atlanta branch, yesterday, just yesterday, forecasted negative GDP growth for this quarter. First time in a long time, negative GDP growth under President Trump. This is the common sense agenda that my colleague from New York sells to farmers and ranchers in Colorado. We're not buying it. The American people aren't buying it. It's why I would implore every member of this body to oppose this rule. And Mr. Speaker, it's also why I would implore everyone to support the amendment to the rule that we would like to pursue by bringing up H.R. 1637, the Protect Veteran Jobs Act, which was brought up previously. And I would ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I'll direct my comments to the chair, to you, Mr. Speaker, to express my frustration, which is the frustration felt by so many of the hardworking people of the great state of Colorado that I have the privilege of representing in the House of Representatives. It is a frustration born from the realities that they are facing each and every day. As I mentioned, an economy that's in free fall, a stock market that is tanking, seeing their neighbors, their friends, public servants being purged from federal agencies, hardworking civil servants who do wildfire mitigation work in Colorado and across the Rocky Mountain West, unceremoniously fired, scientists at the NOAA and NWS facilities in Boulder and elsewhere being subject to these mass terminations. A federal executive who seems intent on dismantling agency after agency. And a House Republican caucus that is walking with him lockstep every step of the way as they prepare to slash Medicaid to the tunes of hundreds of billions of dollars. The frustration that my constituents feel is justified because notwithstanding every single one of those transgressions, every single one of those challenges, those obstacles that Republicans have manufactured and created in their daily lives, if they tune into this debate, they will see that the focus is on none of it. And instead, on the matters that we've discussed today. My constituents, Mr. Speaker, do not want to see me debating labeling requirements for pool heaters. They don't. I won't speak for what the people of New York have to say about their representatives. I will just say for Colorado and Coloradans, they expect me to be here pursuing policies that will make their lives easier, that will promote economic growth and a better quality of life. And they're not getting it from this House under Republican control. That I can assure you. I understand House Republicans, I'm sure, will pass the rule. They'll get their bill on water heaters and pool heaters and air conditioners passed through the House. They'll have a big fancy signing ceremony at the White House where they'll celebrate the fact that they repealed a labeling requirement rule that was promulgated a year ago. I fear for what the broader economic trends will be when they have that signing ceremony. Who knows? But if past is prologue, reasonably confident that the economy will continue the free fall unless Republicans work with us as Democrats in good faith to pursue policies that would advance opportunity in our country. That's my humble request, Mr. Speaker, and the best way to get started is by opposing the previous question, opposing the rule, opposing the underlying bills, and getting back to the business of this House. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
For 4 years, Democrats gaslit the American people in a vain attempt to convince them that costs weren't going up, inflation wasn't real, our economy wasn't in trouble, and there wasn't a crisis at our borders. The American people saw past that deception and they voted for a president and a Congress that promised to put our country back on track. Part of fulfilling that promise includes unwinding a slew of burdensome rules, prohibitions, restrictions, and other ticky-tacky attempts to micromanage everyday life for Americans. It also includes ensuring that the woke mob and their radical environmental NGOs can no longer call the shots at these federal agencies at the expense of our domestic manufacturers, our domestic energy producers, and good-paying jobs. I strongly support the rule before us today, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question of the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume, the House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 177 and adoption of the House Resolution 177 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question of the House Resolution 177, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 5, House Resolution 177, Resolution providing for consideration of the Joint Resolution, House Joint Resolution 42, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program for Appliance Standards, certification requirements, labeling requirements, and enforcement provisions for certain consumer products and commercial equipment, providing for consideration of the Joint Resolution, House Joint Resolution 61, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants, rubber tire manufacturing, and providing for consideration of the Joint Resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 11, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 196, the nays are 187. On this vote, the previous question is in order. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Done? Okay. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, gentlemen?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, a record vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Where's our script? Come on, start facing them out. Yeah, no problem. The House will be in order. Members are advised to please take your conversations off the floor. In order. The House will be in order. Members are advised, please take your conversations off the floor. Or just keep talking right here while... The House will be in order. The members are please advised to take their conversation off the floor. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Purpose, does a gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 579, the Recruiting Families Using Data Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 579, a bill to amend Parts B and E of Title IV of the Social Security Act to improve foster and adoptive parent recruitment and retention and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Recruiting Families Using Data Act introduced by my Ways and Means colleagues, Representative Randy Feenstra and Brendan Boyle. This bill would make a relatively straightforward but needed update to current law to promote state-level recruitment of foster care families. Thousands of loving parents open their homes every year to offer care and support for children in need. By doing so, they provide shelter for children who would otherwise be forced to stay in caseworker offices, hospitals, or hotels. However, many of these same parents, for any number of reasons, stop serving as foster families after only 1 year. In short, there is a dire need for more foster families in our communities. Much of the foster care system is coordinated at the state level, which means we need to enlist the states in helping expand the number of foster families. Under current law, states are required, as a condition of receiving funding, to have a plan in place to recruit foster and adoptive families. But we know, based on an analysis by the Department of Health and Human Services, that many states continue to face challenges. This bill would build on existing law
by calling on states receiving federal funding to develop family partnership plans that lay out their specific process for finding potential foster families and recruiting and retaining them in the foster care system. The legislation also authorizes the evaluation of key data to ensure we identify what efforts have been successful in expanding the availability of foster families. I want to thank Representatives Feenstra and Boyle for introducing this legislation and for their bipartisan leadership on this issue. I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense piece of legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 579, the Recruiting Families Using Data Act. This legislation is a good example of Congress doing the work our constituents sent us here to do. Last Congress, my former colleague Dan Kildee worked closely with Representative Feenstra to introduce this bipartisan bill, which is based on solid research and the fundamental principle that if we want to know what's best for foster youth and their families, we should ask them. The result was this bill, which would require states to create a new family partnership plan to explain how they are identifying, screening, engaging, and supporting foster and adoptive families in consultation with people with lived experience. To me, one of the most critical aspects of this will be engaging with the child's family, whether it's by placing foster children with family members directly or making space for kin who can't be foster parents to still support the child and the foster parents. Last Congress, we marked up this bill in the Ways and Means Committee and sent it to the floor with our unanimous consent. While it passed the House on a strong bipartisan vote, I was disappointed that the bill did not become law. I am glad to support it again. I believe it is a strong complement to the bipartisan legislation we enacted last year, reauthorizing child welfare services, which included many good ideas from both sides of the aisle. As we continue to hear that Elon Musk and his band of hackers are rampaging through federal agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services, firing policy experts, falsely accusing Americans of fraud, freezing and terminating investments that were directed by Congress. I hope we can return to the kind of partnership and genuine concern for vulnerable Americans that sparked both meals. Move fast and break stuff might be a good model for technology companies, but it's wrong for the programs we created to protect children. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a father of four, I believe that every child deserves a safe and loving home. Unfortunately, many vulnerable children in our foster care system lack a family that they can call their own due to the shortage of foster families. This must change, and that's what this bill does. My bill, the Recruiting Families Using Data Act, would help states uphold and strengthen their diligent recruitment plans by improving their processes with concrete facts and information that identifies, recruits, and retains qualified foster care homes. If we're going to address the problem facing foster care system, we need better data with those that are having a problem. That's why this bill is so important. This legislation would also establish a family advisor board to share best practices, highlight financial obstacles facing foster families, and keep foster families at the center of the systematic changes for improvement. With the right tools and right resources, we can find a caring home for every child in our foster care program. That's why this bill is so important. I urge my colleagues to stand with me for foster families and support our children and vote for this wonderful bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all of my colleagues to support this good bill to help ensure that children in foster care are in safe, appropriate homes. And I further urge my colleagues to work with us to stop these indiscriminate, illegal layoffs and funding cuts, which threaten to undermine the good bipartisan work we have done on behalf of vulnerable children. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 400,000 American children today are in the nation's child welfare system and counting on us to help them secure access to a permanent, loving, and stable home. At the same time, thousands of parents across the nation are ready and willing to provide that love and shelter for kids in need. However, more must be done to link those children with those families who will volunteer to help. The Recruiting Families Using Data Act will give states the tools and incentives to grow the number of foster families able to care for kids who might otherwise remain stuck in other parts of our welfare system. It is a vote of confidence in the generosity and kindness of potential foster families, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 579? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 919, the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 919, a bill to codify Internal Revenue Service guidance relating to treatment of certain services and items for chronic conditions as meeting the preventative care deductible safe harbor for purposes of high deductible health plans in connection with health savings accounts.
Pursuant to the rule, a gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and a gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act introduced by Ways and Means Health Subcommittee Chairman Vern Buchanan and our Ways and Means colleague Representative Jimmy Panetta. This legislation provides employers and their employees with greater flexibility to design healthcare coverage options that expand access to treatments for chronic diseases. The chronic disease epidemic has unfortunately impacted nearly every family in America and represents a significant share of our healthcare spending. In fact, 90% of the $4.1 trillion this country spends each year on healthcare goes toward chronic disease. This is not surprising when you realize that 60% of Americans suffer from some form of chronic disease, whether it be heart disease, diabetes, or cancer. So many Americans would benefit from having health care coverage that is not only more affordable, but more responsive to their needs, so they can better manage their health. Last Congress, the House of Representatives approved a version of this legislation, but unfortunately we were not able to get the bill across the finish line. However, with President Trump back in the White House, we are moving this bill once again. A bill that further strengthens a policy put in place during the first Trump administration. For the 53% of employers that offer high deductible health plans to their employees, they would now be able to improve those options by allowing pre-deductible coverage of critical chronic care management services, including beta blockers, blood pressure monitors, and glucometers, inhalers and medications, and testing to help individuals with high cholesterol. While the bill includes 14 specific services that could be covered, it leaves the door open for the list to be expanded later as well. By providing flexible coverage options for more people living with chronic health conditions, we can help lower their costs and improve their health and well-being. I want to thank Representatives Buchanan and Panetta for their leadership on this issue, as well as recognize the work of our Ways and Means Health Subcommittee that held its first hearing this Congress on creating healthier options for families and raising awareness about the chronic disease epidemic we have in this country. As HHS Secretary Kennedy is shining a light on the chronic disease epidemic, the Ways and Means Committee is leading the charge in Congress to examine the root causes and deliver on solutions, including this bill before us today. I encourage all of my colleagues to once again provide strong bipartisan support for this effort to address chronic disease. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves, gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thanks to the Chairman of Ways and Means Committee, and of course, thanks to my good friend, Representative Vern Buchanan, an excellent member of the Ways and Means Committee. With his work, I rise today to support this legislation, the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act. This is bipartisan, common sense legislation to allow pre-deductible health coverage for chronic disease patients with a high deductible health plan, otherwise known as HDHP. This common sense legislation, as you heard from the chairman, already passed Congress last session under the leadership of my friends and former colleagues, Brad Wenstrup and Earl Blumenauer. It's common sense mainly because, as you heard from the chairman, chronic disease is so common. 6 in 10 Americans, 6 in 10 adult Americans have a chronic disease, which is the leading cause of disabilities in the United States of America. 90% of our annual health spending goes to chronic disease and mental health management. But while these chronic diseases are common, they're also manageable if we just do everything that we can to improve access to care. In my 19th congressional district on the Central Coast of California, the number one thing I hear about from constituents is access to health care, or I should say, the lack of access to health care. And the one thing that is clear, though, is that insurance doesn't do you much good if you can't use it accordingly. In 2023, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more than 43% of people with the employer-based coverage had an HDHP. Moreover, 56% of employers offer an HDHP. However, nearly 59% of Americans, that's nearly 6 in 10 people, lacks $1,000 in savings to handle an emergency expense. That is exactly why expanding HDHP coverage to offer critical care for some of our most medically vulnerable constituents isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. The Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act codifies IRS guidance to expand the safe harbor for high-deductible health plans offering pre-deductible care for chronic conditions. It lets employers offer first-dollar access to care for patients with diabetes, asthma, and high blood pressure, and many more, as the chairman mentioned. When this IRS guidance was originally issued in 2019, a survey found that 76% or more than 3/4 of employers expanded pre-deductible coverage for chronic diseases. Codifying this policy now will save countless lives by helping more patients manage their conditions and stay healthy. That is why this bill is endorsed by so many, from chronic disease advocates to health benefit groups to small business associations. And that is why I recommend my colleagues to vote for the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act. Again, I want to thank Congressman Buchanan, thank the chairman for bringing this bill forward, and back to you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman, yield or reserve?
Reserve. I apologize. Reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the chairman for his leadership as well. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act. This important legislation will expand treatment options for Americans living with chronic diseases provided through their employers' health care coverage. My bill allows employers to offer pre-deductibility on 14 different chronic diseases, especially on those that are on high deductible health plans. With 6 in 10 Americans living with at least one chronic disease, it's clear to me that we need to have many more options. The cost for chronic diseases in the American economy is enormous, accounting for over $1 trillion a year. If you can imagine that, $1 trillion a year. Chronic disease also accounts for the overwhelming percentages of preventable deaths in the United States. I believe this initiative will improve patients' health, also reducing costly hospitalization. Thank you to my good friend, Congressman Panetta, for his leadership and friendship and working with me on this. I really appreciate that. I also want to thank Leaders Scalise and Whip Emmer for bringing this to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill to help give Americans the tools they need for a longer, healthier, and a happier life. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from California.
Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard from great speakers talking about the problem with chronic disease in the United States. One of the issues that face people who have hypertension, kidney disease, diabetes, is that they can't get the medicines, they can't get the devices that they need to be able to regulate their condition. This bill, H.R. 919, helps to solve that problem by giving individuals access to those life-saving devices prior to them fulfilling their deductible. This is critical as we fight chronic disease in the United States. As we've heard, over 90% of expenditures in this country are due to chronic disease. I know that here not here, but in my district in eastern North Carolina, the rate of diabetes, obesity, congestive heart failure, high blood pressure are things that are really truly killing our population. Being able to access devices so that we can monitor these things is crucial. We have to have availability for these devices for people before they have to pay their full deductible. I applaud Representative Buchanan, Representative Panetta, and Chairman Smith for bringing this forward. This is common sense. President Trump tried to do this in his first term, and I'm very grateful that they're trying to make this again. We want to make America healthy again. That starts with being able to give patients the tools that they need to be healthy, and I urge support for H.R. 919 to my colleagues. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, and as you've heard, this legislation has bipartisan support and support from a broad coalition of employers and health stakeholders. And I appreciate my colleagues on the other side being so concerned and so focused on this. Let's just hope they have that same concern when it comes to Medicaid and Medicare going forward, especially with the reconciliation package. But they understand, and we understand, that it is critical that we start expanding access to preventative care and chronic care management to stem the tide of chronic disease. Passing the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act will improve long-term health outcomes, let businesses offer superior health benefits, and strengthen health care for everyone. Once again, I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is long overdue, particularly given the enormous size, scope, and cost of America's chronic disease epidemic. It will put more patients in the driver's seat when it comes to managing their health and open doors for folks to get the treatments that will not only save them money but improve their well-being. High-deductible health care plans are already a popular option for employers to offer their workers, and expanding what services can be provided under these plans specifically to help treat chronic diseases will only make this a more affordable and useful health coverage choice for patients. I encourage my colleagues to support the passage of the Chronic Disease Flexible Coverage Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 919? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. After consultation among the Speaker, the majority, and minority leaders, and with their consent, the Chair announces that when the two houses meet tonight in joint session to hear an address by the President of the United States, only the doors immediately opposite the Speaker and those immediately to his left and right will be open. No one will be allowed on the floor of the House who does not have the privilege of the floor of the House. Due to the large attendance that is anticipated, the rule regarding the privilege of the floor must be strictly enforced. Children of members will not be permitted on the floor. The cooperation of all members is requested. The practice of purporting to reserve seats prior to the joint session by placement of placards or personal items will not be allowed. Chamber security may remove these items from the seats. Members may reserve their seats only by physical presence following the security sweep of the chamber. All members are reminded to observe proper decorum as provided in the rules of the House and in the Speaker's announced policies of January 3rd, 2025. Failure to adhere to the standards of decorum detracts from the dignity of the proceedings and presents security challenges for the House. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 8:35 for the purpose of receiving in joint session the President of the United States.